2nd of January, 2024, 08:21 Central Standard Time. We're going to have another day of open higher out of range, which is kind of irritating, to say the least. This would be the here's our close, and here we are trading up here. Probably expect, I would suppose to expect responsive selling for profit taking, but who the hell really knows, huh? See here, I gotta get this post over. I post a chart every morning to the T Lab. There we go. All right, so now we are about, that's irritating. I'm not sure what that's all about. That damn sound. I gotta figure that out one of these days. I totally space it out when it comes to the weekend, though. I get busy doing something else, and then that's that. So yeah. So let's just have a look-see at what we got going on here. We're opening higher. Here is, hopefully we can see that. Cloud notes column. This is the previous RTH high, which is last Friday's high of day. This is the overnight high so far. Overnight VPOC and mid. These statistics come from the IRT study. This volume profile is the full session, starting at 1700 last night. This volume profile will reset at the RTH, regular trading session hours open this morning. And this volume profile is the chart volume, which just shows the volume profile of whatever you see on the chart. I don't have any indicators except I have VWAP, mid, and VPOC. Right there. I have two POCs, volume points of control, one of which is for the full session. It's a more muted color. And when the RTH opens, there will be a brighter yellow POC for this current RTH session profile. And that's about it. I've got several things this morning. It's heavy thunderstorms and maybe school, close and who knows what. So I don't like to go off half-cocked. I will be watching for responsive selling right off the open, and then I will just kind of shift into neutral and around 9 o'clock, see what happens for the IB30 and the IB stat after that. So that's about where we are here. Here's yesterday's regular trading session. Here's the overnight so far. It's just been, if you look down here at the micro composite, here was Friday. What the hell was that for? What caused that? Who knows? I've got about 1375 on the micro composite VPOC, and that's way in the hell down there. We're way, way, way above that. We're trading at 87. Now, there is an all-time record-breaking somewhere up here. High. Right there. This is the all-time high in the adjusted contract for the ES. So that, what the hell is it exactly here? It's 50.32. So that's a pretty big deal. And I have no clue why this, as Alan Greenspan would say, irrational exuberance is continuing on here. Other than they're just trying to get a whole load of retail long and then hammer them. Seems to be the play of the day, pretty much, I guess. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to watch the open. I will activate the brackets for the risk neutral multi-bracket. The risk neutral setup package of 2 contracts per package. You can do as many packages as you want, but it has to be an even number so that you can have both stops at 12 ticks. First profit is at 12 ticks profitable, second 24. These are both, all arbitrary. The important part is the first profit has got to equal the stop so that you are then trading risk neutral. It's not break even, it's +1 so that you're trading break even. That's all there's to the risk neutral idea. And then I will activate both on the trading window here. Make sure that it is got the brackets, and it does. So now I can initiate trades with my keyboard, adjust the profits and the targets, or stops and targets with the mouse. And there you go. Didn't want to do that. Sorry. And let's check if this stuff's all working. Oh, and we're open here in about a second. I better not miss the open, had I? We're open here in a second. Set the IRT to regular trading session from full session at the open. Nothing's going to switch here, I don't believe. Boom. Boom. Okay. We have those set. And ringy dingy dingy, we should be open here in a sec here. There we go. And the market is open. We're higher out of range. Whether there'll be some responsive selling and a gap close remains to be seen. Notice how the regular trading session profile reset. Now they're about the same because it's similar to the data on the side. So I don't know whether we're going to get the swings or not, but we'll start marking our VPOC migration. This is the brighter yellow, which is the I can't really get it. It's the current session right here. It's the current session VPOC, and the more muted one is for the full session. There's mid and VWAP reset. So there we go. And we're off. Looks to me like we've had a bit of a migration up. Just a little bitty one there, I guess. Set that. And I'll be right back. So there we have the overnight high stat taken out. There was not much question about the point of control or the mid. They were taken out smack on. So now, yeah, what are they going to do? This irrational exuberance to the upside is puzzling to me. What's the point? Has the economy, the world situation, the American economy gotten so great, improved so much in the last days that they would warrant such a marked increase in, trading higher and higher and higher, increase in value? I don't know. I don't know why. Headset sounds funny. I hope everything's working okay. Seems to be. Not sure exactly. Guess it's just my head, maybe. Heavy thunderstorms and rain here today, so kind of weird weather. It did warm up, however. That's nice. So, yeah, so much for responsive selling to take profit. And anybody that jumped on that opening drive is pretty happy with themselves. Almost 10 handles here, straight up. Almost 10 handles straight up. I don't trade that kind of thing well. I'm always anticipating that there's a sucker player head fake kind of, essentially that's the opening swing high, or we continue to make the opening swing high. There has not been even so much as I don't think, nod to the lower side. So, yeah. Anyway. Anyway. If you have to look at it, context is up. So any short would be a counter trend trade. The idea in this opening context, I guess, is to take pullbacks like this we're having right now for an opportunity to go long. But I have a real problem with that. I would be thinking that they're suckering in a bunch of people and then they're going to hammer it down towards closing the gap and an opening swing low. That's maybe I have a negative outlook or something. I don't know, but I'm always apprehensive of open drives in trend days. And up we come. VPOC migration higher. Okay. Even more suspicious for me. A structured trade is VPOC migration. Now, we just had that. And the context of the day is up. The context of the last few days is up. Actually, last 1, 2, 3 days. Last 3 days are up. Here's the micro composite. This is 1, 2, 3 days, and here we are way up here gapped up. So, I suppose VPOC migration could be it's moving around so much now I can't slap these indicators in. Ooh, look at that. One thing that to keep in mind is that at the initial open, it's real easy for the VPOC to migrate back and forth because there's so little volume. At the end of the day, these could be 10, 15,000 shares. So it takes quite a few, a lot more volume to migrate the VPOC. However, this thing looks like it's going to continue to go up. The heck out of me. One thing I don't want to do is slap in here. And this is how I miss trend days. Now we've had 2 tests on this high. And likely continuing. I guess they've got the all-time high in their sights, I suppose. Yeah, I don't. Try to get this. Try to get this some semblance of common sense here to see what we got. There we are. This yellow line is pretty handy. That's the migrating VPOCs. I can see at a glance what's going on there. And then the red one is where it is currently. This is the migrating one. That's pretty handy. A lot of pretty handy things to do with IRT for looking at the big picture. Bookmap is good for the zoomed in part, but obviously I've got Bookmap on this monitor and IRT on another one side by side, so I can just, quickly see what's going on in the bigger picture. The NQ, this is the NQ correlation, the correlated tracker, which is set for the NQ, NASDAQ. Obviously, the NASDAQ is trading at 17,554-ish, or no, I guess it's down now to 525-ish. But so these prices certainly are not even remotely close, but the idea is the directional movement. Yeah, so sounds funny to me. I hope everything's working right. I don't know. Maybe it's just my head rattling, I guess. So the responsive selling concept or profit taking has yet to manifest itself even remotely. We still haven't really put in an opening swing low. I guess we're still kind of looking at it now. And this VPOC migration higher trade possibility would have been a pretty disappointing turn of events, having been stopped out long ago. The double high, there's a lot of people that jumped on the pullback. Ooh, VPOC migration higher. I suppose there's a lot of people with a disappointed look on their face right now. I will be waiting for the IB30 stat, which is obviously 30 minutes into the market. The way it works is the IB high and low, which is abbreviation for initial balance high and low, old market profile terms. Nothing magical or mysterious. It's the high and the low of the first hour, period. They continue to move as with price. They don't ever come down. The IB high always will migrate up. The IB low will always migrate lower. They don't ever, like, for example, the IB low is now not going to shoot up here because that's where price is at the moment. It's the highest and lowest price of the first hour. There's a substantial statistic of over 90% that says either the IB high or the IB low will be taken out in the regular trading session hours after that first hour. A fellow in the traders lab, T lab, came up with a stat that's similar, has a similar probability, 90s, 85-ish somewhere, that says the high of the first 30 minutes or high or low of the first 30 minutes, in other words, the IB30 high or low, is also extended in the second 30 minutes. So therefore, the reference IB30, and I guess in this case, IB60 is a better way to differentiate them rather than just the IB stat and the IB30. So I guess that's what I'll do going forward here and for the stream, so that I know when I review the streams, it's clear to myself and whomever else what I'm talking about. Oh, let's see. Overnight high, overnight mid. We still have the overnight volume point of control. Oh, wait a second here. What's going on? Something doesn't look right. Oh, no. Yeah, we have not taken out the overnight VPOC or the overnight mid. I misspoke looking up here at these. So we opened right. The hell is 8:30 something? Doesn't look right here. Well, we opened right here, I guess, at the overnight low. I mean, the regular trading session low. This is pretty. Yeah, these trades. This is pretty weird. These trades are before 8:30, and there's the first trade, I guess, at 8:30 right there. That's why the IB low is there. That's the lowest point. We've not touched the low since the open, so it's an opening drive. We've now had a swing, opening swing low at about 89, and we're looking for higher ground again. Bah humbug. I have a couple of calls this morning, the first of which is at top of the hour that I need to monitor, and I only have, all right, only have the one sound set up here, headset. So I'll leave the stream running, but I'll need to undo the headset so I can't voice over. Yeah. Just had the full session VPOC migrate up now. It's sitting on top of, or the VPOC for full session and current session are now aligned. And I guess I need to put one up here. It's just jerking around. Amazing. This continual up stuff is just amazing. But hey, it's a I still think it's a trap. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tests at that high. That's kind of, they may be going to, maybe it's a genuine run to for the roses. I don't know, but it just seems pretty suspicious. But and not a whole lot of liquidity living there. It did lift off, or they traded through it, or it lifted off here. Same story here. Came back in for a teensy bit, and then gotta see what my other stuff is. Make sure my other machines are up. All bright-eyed, mushy-tailed in anticipation of a Teams stuff here. Okay, what do we got here? Boom. I better keep the reminders on because I'm not very interested, so I'll probably forget about it. Forget about that meeting. Uh, uh-huh. Okay, so let's see now. Still just pushing higher. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't touch these other machines pretty much all weekend, so there's oftentimes I'm surprised. I have all my Windows updates and all that stuff set to only update on the weekends. Oh, that way I don't get surprises during the day, especially on the trading machines. Look at this go. 3 tests of the high and grinding higher. Boy, oh boy. Pretty amazing, huh? Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So today, no shorts as of anytime soon, with the context absolutely up. They didn't even think about looking back. Had I not been so pessimistic or whatever, any long out of the open gate would be sitting on 10 handles, right now, to the upside, without any heat. Zippity doo-dah. The only place that would have been a real disappointing turn of events is the VPOC migration here, which would have been stopped out. So that is that. So no trade for me this morning. We've just approaching 9 o'clock, and inconveniently, that's when my call starts. I'll be eyeing the IB30, which I discussed earlier, and then the IB60. And but my headset will be in another machine. I got maybe get another headset. Maybe that's the plan. I don't know. Something. Anyway, it is what it is. Or Mondays is a good day not to trade. What are you going to do? But boy, it's one hell of a... we've had a kind of a repeating history lately in the last few days of chopping around and then trending one direction and then pulling back again. So maybe that's going to continue. We'll see. We will see. In the meantime, I'm going to mute off here. Get ready here for my other machine. Well, let's see how that worked out now. That was a hour, almost 2 hour interruption to my trading world. So, yeah, well, we've taken out just about every stat we had open. We got the overnight point of control here, which was 79.5. We got the overnight mid. We took out the IB30 a couple of times, and then the IB stat, which sets at 9:30. What happened here? We took out the definitely the IB high, or the overnight high. What else going on up here? We pushed the IB high up just in our developing value area. High is just below the top end there. So at this point, we have very little excess on the top side. That's always a little bit of a heads up for me. And notice how we've got excess down here to our low, and it shuts off right here at the IB high like a closing the switch, right? That looks to me to be incomplete auction to the upside. Now, with that and $5, get a Starbucks, right? But that's the observation for me so far. And if you look down here at the NQ, we at least have a little bit of excess on the top and the bottom, indicating to me more of a completed auction. Here is the ridiculous 1, 2, 3 bingo bango Friday. Was one hell of a day. Boy, they squeezed everybody. And here we are today. Again, this is the market profile scrunched up so that I can see them. This big trend day here is gobbing up everything. There you are. We took out the IB low only right here. Yep. IB low sets at 9:30. The IB stat sets at 9:30. We took that out right here. So that stat has been satisfied now. Then we tested it, back down, tested it again, and tested it again. What are we going to do? Are we going to sell off now again? Here's the IB low. There's that test, just a little above, test from below. You could sort of say we're doing a mean reversion from the outside edge down. The mean of this lower portion, however, would be right about here at 11,000. POC's up here at 16,855. Right there, both POCs, both full session, which is here, and current session, which is here. So, there you have it. This is the naked volume point of control and the high volume node, obviously, because it was a point of control for previous RTH session, which was Friday. The all-time ES high is up at 50.32. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Off the other machine and the calls. I will get my head back into the market here a little bit, and then the afternoon will also be disjointed. Doubt if I'll trade, and under the circumstances, I will probably just shut the stream off so it just doesn't wander on ad nauseum with background music, that walking bass looping around, and me not saying anything, or most importantly, not taking any trades. The point of the stream is to have it be my video trading journal, where I can hear what I'm thinking by my narration and see what I'm seeing and then understand and go back and analyze, if I'm making progress or not. It's not to record the market with a walking base in the background. Mondays are pretty problematic now with meeting changes and whatnot that I can't avoid. So, and school runs, etc. Wednesday is similar. So let's see what happens here. We're bouncing off the overnight point of control. We're just below the IB, so that's not anything you could take. I would be leaning to if you want to look at it here, this is today's trade. So we tested up and basically we're trading lower. The context changed right about here, right? And we trade down, meaning that I would be looking at shorts, which tickles me to death because I prefer to short. However, it's also, teasing this IB low or an IB continuation down. Again, the fact that we have no excess above says to me that the auction was incomplete and would not surprise me even a teensy-weensy bit if we trade across value here. And by the way, the IB low is at the developing value area low within a tick, I guess, or two. The green line here is the IB low. The green line above, IB high, obviously. You see how they change until 9:30, and then they are set, and they don't move after that. So I would not be surprised at all to see it trade back through here, except we have a lot of obstacles. That we got the mid VWAP, overnight VWAP, or the Globex VWAP. A lot of stuff to get through there to get up to that, and the POC, obviously, up here. Now, it looks like a pretty good stretch over here, but when you look at it on Bookmap, here's the developing value area high and the IB high, right? Basically 14, 15 handled up. So not any great distance to travel. However, the entire range for the day is about 25 points. Is that right? 75. Wait a minute. Yeah. 75. There's 10. There's 20. 23 handles. 24 handles. Not a very wide range. And here we are testing the mid. Here we are testing that mid. Typically, retail folks sell that, as they tried several times to get through it here and tested back up and sold it down a little bit. And that's one of the problems, one of the idiosyncrasies of Bookmap and myself is this looks like a narrow little bit here to me. It doesn't look like enough range. for a trade. But when you wind it out properly to a proper perspective, that's 7 points swing. So you were easily scaled ahead of this liquidity for risk neutral. Now look at the liquidity that jumped in here right now below the mid, trying to push that up high for and there is there's a structured trade in the TLAB mid / VPOC, VWAP. This is the mid or VWAP POC. That is a structured trade. Whether the problem here is, again, try to explain it this way. It looks to me like we had a context change here from up to down. Seems pretty obvious. Lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Like that's a downtrend. Now, have we had another context change and we're going to trade up? Because in order to take this trade of mid VWAP POC, that's a long, which would mean if we remain in a downtrend, that's a counter trend trade, which is not advisable, which I won't, that's not in my plan. However, if we had a context change at that low, which was just about the gap close, pretty darn close, then we might well have had a context change and headed north again. And that would be right over here. You see, if I can do that. Here's yesterday's range, or Friday's range. So we're within a spitting distance down here to that. Handling one handle, maybe a couple, 3 points or ticks. That's pretty close. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's closing the gap, because I look at range, not settlement or close. And then we gapped up, we closed the gap. Now we're going this way. We've tested the IB low a couple different times here. And now we're trading a little bit above it, see? Up here to the mid and the VWAP. Now whether we'll continue to go north up to the VPOC, I don't know. But for me, let's say I get in right here at 8,700. Okay, I'd have to take a scale ahead of the VWAP, because most of the time they'll sell that, and that's only 2 points or 1.5. That's not enough range for me, for my plan. I mean, or my risk neutral plan, which has a 3-point stop. First target is the break even or the risk neutral scale, and that's at 3 points positive. So there's not enough, and it has to be, obviously, logically, it has to be before the first obstacle to give yourself as much opportunity to make that trade work as you can. So there we are. They're trying. They're dancing all over that mid. I just don't know what they're going to accomplish here, to be honest about it. Darn it. It happens when I have my focus on the IRT and I hit the M for mute. I'm going to swallow or something on the OBS, and IRT has its own set of hotkeys. So now I'm back where I belong. Tested that mid, baby. A gazillion times. Could this be considered? And I guess it could, in theory, a outside edge mean reversion. The outside edge of it is actually up here at the VWAP, right? But, there's nothing that's really set in stone here. Oh, and now we've had the full session VPOC, which is the muted yellow. That's for the full session here. That has just migrated lower to whatever that is, 86. And ironically, and you see the need or the reason for these VPOC migration flags here. We might that rotated back down to a previous VPOC migration. Now I can't see that off to the left because market has moved that far. But if I wind it up, you see that it's right there again, right? Right at that VPOC level. And now another one here. Now it's goofing around for this one. It's even further back. Because this is the full session. This brighter color is the current session. So when it migrates down, I think that probably has a lot more punch, actually. We'll see if and when it does, however. So we want to see if this bright one migrates down here with this one, then we'll consider that a VPOC migration lower, and that would suggest we're going to look lower, and that the mid, this continual obstacle or resistance here by the mid is sticking, and could conceivably call it a mean reversion, outside edge to the mean. The problem is the mean is right here, so it doesn't matter. But are we going to take out a new low now? Or not a new low, but get down and take these current lows, look at this 80 liquidity? Maybe, but that's not a place. So that is suggesting that, this price action is suggesting to me that we have not had a change in context. We still remain down. But, that's just what I'm thinking. I forgot to mute my mic. That's pretty stupid. Anyway, wow, look at there. Big sell-off on that VPOC, full session VPOC migration south. So, yeah, here we go, boys and girls. Coming down here to a, not a new low. That's down here at 75, but into this low volume notch right here. Kind of went through it right there, I believe. Doesn't seem to be exactly the same on both. Very definitely a reasonable trade there, almost 10 handles down and essentially no heat on this test of the full session VWAP VPOC migration south, 86 to 79, 78. Very nice. Very, very nice. Damn it. Keep grabbing the wrong keyboard. All right, now where am I? Right keyboard, right mouse. Let's get everything organized here. Let's put a trade on this baby. That's absolutely the wrong mindset. The theory behind trading as a business, as opposed to gambling or, gunslinging, is that it is a business of statistics. You capture enough instances of a specific setup that you can have a statistically significant data set and identify that there is a statistically proven edge for that setup under those specific, with all the context and all the requirements or the criteria for that setup. Then every time that setup presents itself, you take it, which has got a lot of positive benefits. You in your, because of math and statistics in your data that you have a statistical edge, so it will manifest itself in the form of a profit for whatever that percentage is. You also know where all the criteria about that setup, so you anticipate when it will present itself. It's not a guessing game. It's not just hitting in, I think it's going to go down further, whatever else. It's not predicting. It's anticipating and then taking the trade and aiming for the targets. The closest analogy to this business, of course, is the casino business. They know the statistic based on captured and calculated data that they have a X% edge in blackjack with a specific set of rules, meaning then that they will take as many instances of that trade as they can, or those hands as they can, and the percentage of their edge will manifest to their bottom line as profit. They don't, when somebody has a big winning hand, they don't change anything. They don't change the rules. They don't change the number of cards. They don't change anything. They keep the rules absolutely constant, and they just deal another hand, period. The market, just as a casino or a game of chance, is random. In the market, there's a 50-50 chance or percentage. There we go. Another migration lower on the full session. There's a 50-50 chance that the trade will go up or down. Simple. It's random. You don't know that. It's not about predicting. Let's pretend that I have a trade vetted that says 60% of the time, or 15% above loss, whatever, 60-40% of the time, if I have a trade under these conditions where the price approaches VWAP or mid from below, and there's a VPOC shift down, that trade will go short. And then every time that happens, you take it. Boom. There's another time. VPOC migration short again. And oh man, I'm sick of this. I keep hitting the wrong damn keyboard. Yeah, now. Here we are, loop-de-loo. We're VPOC migration here, sold off good. That was good range and a good trade. Could have been good range and a good trade. Here we go again. VPOC migration south, but this is the full session VPOC. This is not the current session. And you notice the difference. There's only 8,800 and whatever it is, 80 contracts that have traded down here. And up here, there's about 15 or 16, 17 maybe. Well, it's going to be a long time. We're going to trade down in this area a long time, double the amount of contracts in order to pull the current session VPOC down. The full session, yes, no problem. It's down here at 17,000. And it was at 15,000 up here. So it only had, or 16. So it only had to migrate 1,000 contracts. And that's how it works. It's real simple. It's just math. It's not magic. Yeah. Okay. So none of these setup thingies, VPOC migration, any of that stuff should be taken mechanically. There needs to be a setup, a trigger, and first of all, you need to capture enough data of that specific setup to determine if it has a statistical edge or not. In my brain, it looks to me like this full session VPOC is a good has a high probability of as a setup. Okay, but humans are horrible about seeing patterns. We're good at seeing patterns, which saved us in the jungle, I guess, millennia ago. But it's not good for trading because you think, oh, there's a pattern. Ooh, there's a pattern. Well, yeah, every time we do this and that and something else, that's a pattern. That's not good. What's this now? What has he done? 16. Great. That's great. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's a good news. One of my meetings that was supposed to be at 1:30 got pushed to 1600, so I'm a happy camper. I'll toast that with a big guzzle of protein drink. Premier Protein. A pretty convenient thing. 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and 25 carbos. I think it's what it said. 25 vitamins and minerals. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, get it by the case full at Costco, so it's real convenient. Just keep it here in the office. I get hungry or thirsty, I can grab one. And what happened? They go to sleep now or what? Well, I got to stop doing that and figure out what the hell to do about it. Yeah, I keep doing that. And if I do that improperly like that, when I have a chart, then IRT, that particular chart of IRT doesn't update. It stays right there. And that's obviously not a good thing. Certainly not what I intended. Okay, so here we go. So they're just kind of fussing around here, and I'm not sure. Looks like it died. If didn't know better, I'd say they're waiting for a number. Look at this, just nothing happening. However, they are right on IB low. So, how low can they go? I still think that there's unfinished auction on the upside myself. The keyboard go there. We go. Back at the IB, diddly diddly dee. This price action looks to me like, I don't know what it looks to me like. Looks like, as I said, looks like they're waiting for something. There's no momentum. Are they trying to figure out which way to go? But it's not really consolidation. Beats the hell out of me. Maybe it's a good time to go foraging. I don't know. Yeah. What is this now? Why is that there? Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Huh. Don't know what to think about that. So I guess I won't. One thing that I have definitely figured out, when in doubt, flat. Hey, there's three positions, long, short, and flat, and that's probably the best one to be in most of the time. I think I've noticed anyway that, at least for me, the more precise I get, or the more regimented I get around a plan of not, only taking what I see as structured setups and vetted and all that kind of stuff, and much more time out of the market than in it. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of guys who I see texting in the T Lab that are completely opposite to that. And one of the problems I have, which will impact this, what I just talking about here, is a greater risk reward. And I've noticed by reviewing my stats in both my online journalytics journal and my local one, that I've got a big problem with more or less a one-to-one risk reward, which is terrible because, you take one or two stops and you got to get 4 trades to get ahead of the game. You got to have 4 wins to make up for it. So I've got to extend that risk reward, which was why I'm so verbal or here about range and that stuff, because I've got to make sure that my scale is within the range, and that I see besides that, that I see potential for at least 2-1 on the target. Otherwise, you're one step forward and 2 steps back. It's that's not a good thing. I heard, was listening to some statistics course around where the discussion was around gaming that I wasn't interested particularly because they were looking at the statistics around roulette, which is, I think, 36 numbers and I don't know, 30 are red, 30 are black, and then there's greens, and I don't know what the guy was talking about. Maybe it's better to analyze for statistics because it's not like there are no rules. It's just spin the thing, throw the ball, and then you have it. But the analogy that he gave was 2 people. One guy has $100. The object of the game, the object of this exercise was to make $100. So player A has $100 has $100 in his account. He puts $100, bets it all on red. Now, if he gets it, he's 100 ahead and it's over with. If he loses, he's broke and it's over with. Those are the rules. You make $100, you quit. You broke, you quit. So I guess I could back calculate it, but about the reds and the greens and the blacks. But basically, according to this MIT guy, there's a 47% chance of red on any roulette spin. Okay, so that's not better than 50-50. That's not a positive edge. And the other player B, has $10,000 and only plays $1 at a time on red. And here's the surprising part. The statistic of the person with $10,000, player with $10,000 is like 0.000 something that they're going to make the $100. And they very definitely blow up the entire $10,000 account before they make that $100, betting $1 at a time. Pretty surprising. Intuitively, I would think, well, how many losses in a row can you have before that happens? But that's not how it works with the statistic around roulette. And then I fell asleep. So I don't know, but it was pretty interesting and counterintuitive. That was the point of the lecture. Fortunately, here we're different. If you have a statistical edge and you have controlled stops, which I definitely do, or risk reward, then you take every instance of your positive edge, it will manifest itself in the form of profit. Now, this was talking that study was talking from the point of view of the gambler, not the house. So from the house point of view, they had a 63%, edge or 15% edge that neither one of those players would get red. That's a positive edge. And it proved itself out in both cases phenomenally for me. Now I'm thinking short, baby, short. And it may well be going to get down there, but I'm not sure what all this confusion here was about. Up to the mid again, just a little above the IB low, and then down. The thinking around the IB So wow. Back to that overnight or full session VPOC. And they still have one hell of a ways to go to get the regular POC to migrate down. They got another 5,000 or 6,000 contracts just to get it down around this area. If I'm 12,141, say 12,140 or 12,100 from about 17 and change. 6,500 or so contracts. Hmm. Got to figure out some way to do this and keep in shape. Just stand here for hours a day, and I've got a bunch of dumbbells now and pull-up bar in the door and a couple things. So try to exercise continually throughout the day and get in shape or stay in shape, whatever best way to say it, while being able to remain focused. Sorry about that. I should put on the be right back. I guess. Stop huffing and puffing in, huffing and puffing in the mic. Well, this is kind of a boring consolidation they got going on here now. Got to remember to put together a longer, more varied selection of music there. There's a couple of things I've seen that have a background, music to listen to while you're trading or whatever they want to call it. But I don't know how YouTube looks at that to have, background in a stream. I know they're pretty particular about copyright and all that. That walk-in bass is from a block of copyright-free music that's offered by Google, actually. Well, we keep testing right up to that developing value area low, the overnight or the full session VPOC, and just below the IB low. So we still have the previous RTH high way down here. So they didn't quite close the gap, but close enough for girls I go with, I guess. And quite a bit of volume or liquidity jumped in here just below or at the current low. There. Kind of like, no, you're not going down there anymore. Wow, it's almost 12 already. Yeah. Man, I can't I can't believe it's almost noon. Wow. Time passes fast when you're having fun, I guess. Or not. NQ has gotten their notice the developing VPOC here for NQ has now pulled it down twice in the last few minutes since about the top of the no, since about the bottom of the hour actually. That one there was at 33, yeah, since the bottom of the hour. Nothing happening with our friend ES over here. Still up here. Yet. Boy, it's been it's been all over this full session VPOC, though, I'll tell you. Testy, but it's not going anywhere. So, what does that mean? So what? Pick a line. Draw a line someplace and go, oh, look here. It reacted to that. Coincidentally, though, this full session VPOC is pretty much exactly the mid of this lower distribution. So. Well, now I got the ons. That's so a scalper could have been having his way with it here. Pretty much. Let's see. What are we getting here? Boom. Yeah, only a couple of points on these tests. But, if that fits your trade plan and you figured out an edge on that, which is essentially scalping, I guess, knock yourself out. But I'm trying to stay a long way away from that. May regret it, but I'm now got the decision to make. Do I shut the stream off? I have to leave at 12:30 for a school run to pick up my wife. At 1. Be back about then 1:30. And then 2:30 for my daughter. So I'm pretty much thinking, unless I get a trade out in the next few minutes here, or stay right when we we hit that 12 o'clock hour, I'm relatively sure I will just end the stream and not waste it, just waste the time. My goal, or my self-directed rule, is to not take any trades off the stream unless it's 100% unavoidable for some reason. That's why I've tended to let them run, so that if I see something happen at 2 o'clock hour, some structured trade presents itself or whatever, I could take the trade without worrying about it being on the stream or not, or without even considering it. Because my book map and IRT and that stuff is all running 24/7, starting at about 16:30 on Sunday night through usually Saturday sometime. I never shut any of this stuff. I only shut the thing off to shut them off to look for updates or whatever. Now, book map, I do close the book map every night just after 1600 every afternoon, and then reopen it at a little before 1700. That way, the recording, so book map records the complete session, all trades, all indicators, all actions, all everything. All of it. If you didn't know, it didn't say recording wherever it says that, you would suspect that you were just looking at the live market, because it's exactly the same. But and so in order to keep each day separate, each day's recording separate, I shut bookmap off after the close at 1600, and then reopen it just before the open at 1700 each trading day. IRT never shuts off. The computer never shuts off until Saturday or something. I need to do some maintenance or clean it or whatever else. Well, this is getting kind of boring, huh? Developing value area low. And it's not, very definitely not unnormal to have a non-trade day. For me, I'm still suspicious about the context here. We were up. Let me see. There we go. We were up and kind of exchanged lower highs, lower lows. And did it change again, or is this just a pullback? Right? Because here is essentially the last set of swing highs. Well, I guess you could say this was, but it didn't take that out. And now it's just messing around over here. So is it possible that we get some action and put some excess on this top? It would be, if we do that, it would be considered a neutral day, meaning that the IB low and IB high have been taken out within the same session. And I think this would be the third day in a row where that's happened. Well, we can probably look here. Hold on. Let's just scrunch this down a little and up a little. Okay, we did not. We did not. I'm wrong. I don't know where I got that in my head. We had done that. We very definitely had a neutral day here. We did not here because we didn't take out the IB low. We just touched it, but that's not, the IB has not been set, because if you look up at the top of the crosshair, it's at 9 o'clock, 9:08. The IB doesn't set until 9:30 over here somewhere. So we took out the IBI here. So there's now, here we have a neutral day. 1, 2, because we took out the IB low and the IBI. We did not there in the trend day, nosebleed day, and now we're up here. If we take out this, oh, something's happened here. Yeah. I was not scrolled properly. Okay, so we've taken out the IB low, but not the IB high. So we have essentially then, I can't scrunch it up anymore. 1, 2, no, and then again. So let's get this all fit back in here again. There we go. Oh, there you have it. Yeah, to say so. Kid. 12 o'clock. Got about 2,500 contracts required to migrate the current session VPOC down here. Not magic, it's just mechanical math. It's 14,600 contracts there, and there's 16,800 up there. So that's, 2,000 contracts, 2,200 or something, and that's all there is to it. Certainly not magic. That's the beautiful part of, more and more appealing part to me, is that it isn't magic or some sort of a, psychic feeling or whatever else. It's approaching trading as a business, a statistical business, is makes a lot of sense to me. So, and seems to be working out so far. And I guess that was going to be down now. The problem after all of this nonsense, and it starts to do this stuff, is I'm thinking That looks like breakout city, which is not what I want to do. Don't have a good statistical feedback on breakouts. Be right back now. And so here we go. Testing this, testing this beauty from below. Whatever. So what? That means nothing. I mean, that's nothing. That's the overnight volume point of control and the overnight mid. Price overlaps. Well, are they going to get the VPOC migration down here? Are they going to slide up there and slip a couple thousand contracts through at that 48 quarter, or I'm sorry, 84 quarter? Dyslexia is a magical state. Yeah. So I'm going to need to leave here at the bottom of the hour. And if you look at the best way to do that, if you look at the Renko chart in IRT, it's just still holding that downward slope and just consolidation up the kazoo belong from about 11 o'clock through now. So still looks like a down day configuration to me. The only thing that's got me put off by that is the lack of excess up here at the top. You see how This point comes down to a little narrow point, excess, nothing here. It's just flat. That looks to me, and what I have learned to be an incomplete auction. So are these lunchtime traders going to zoom this thing up here and pull down the POC? I'm relatively sure it's going to happen about 2 minutes after I step away from the trade desk here. You know, timing is everything. So, yeah, there we sit. I think that I will shut this thing off when I leave. And then when I come back, I can always start an afternoon stream. I think that's probably a more prudent use of stream time. And this has been nothing but just narration and me not doing anything, which is getting to be more of the norm than an exception, which is not a good thing. Paralysis by analysis, maybe. But, you know, this is in the middle of kind of nowhere as far as I'm concerned, looking like an IB continuation trade here. I suppose taking any one of these IB continuation trades. Well, of course, the second I say that, it's because of what I'm looking at. Now, here you go. This is a test, but that would have been if you entered here, that would have been there's no real trigger, would have been a stop. Any of these would have qualified as an IB continuation. However, let me just look here. Say you're in here. That's 475. Some of these would have been a scale. This would obviously be a scale. No question about it. So sitting risk neutral at this point, which would be just Jim Dandy. But that's not the case. That's that RMT analysis there, rear view mirror trading. So clear. That's 5 points. So any of those would have been viable. And let's see, 4.5, 7.5. Well, your stop would have been above mid and just about above that swing high. So that would have been, those things would have all contributed to a justifiable entry and a justifiable trade. Now it looks like we're probably going to get the noon traders crunch bunch, and it'll probably take out all those stops and run down there to the that liquidity at 75, I suppose. Yep, there we go. And I imagine there'll be some dramatic move between 12:30 and 1:15 or 30 when I get back. Okay, so what I'm going to do here now is wind the stream off here at 12:21, which would be, well, I'll wind it off exactly at 4 hours. And goodbye.